Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It is Monday morning, July 10th. Beautiful day over here at Polderbaan. Normalcy has returned and it is a morning of arrivals. A little bit of crosswind, 10 knots, blowing from the west. And over here our first heavy Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9916 arriving from Aguadilla. 7 hours and 45 minutes of flight time. 777 freighter, 1 year old, first flight April 2022. As I was setting up, both runways were used, 18 right and center, for arrivals. Right now it seems that all traffic, or at least in the last 10-15 minutes, has been going to Polderbaan only. So I'm not sure if the ticker already needs updating in terms of the runway usage. As you guys can see, this lovely weather, the sun is out. We have a little breeze from the west, refreshing. Much cooler than it was yesterday. It is 20 degrees, but the wind is cool, the air is cooler. Absolutely much more comfortable than it was yesterday. At least before the rain fell. A very good morning to all viewers who have in the meantime joined us already. Koenie, Jackie, Marius, Paul, Dexis, Marissa, Peter, Roy, Remco, Veldi, Tina, Jean-Yves, Gosse, Camille. Good morning, salut, goedemorgen to all. Hope you're all doing well. Right, 2 airplanes visible in the distance. In the foreground, an A319 Air Serbia arriving from Belgrade. A319. And behind it, an A321 from Finnair coming in from Helsinki. Hey Lasse, goedemorgen, good morning. Drie toestellen zelfs. Oh, well, you saw what I have to look at and what you can see under weather conditions such as this, Remco. You guys see it way better than I can out here on a 3-inch screen that is not too bright and has a lot of reflections on it. Now you guys probably heard it already. Agricultural vehicles are also on the move over here. A tractor with hoses. I did already see that one of the fields of wheat was harvested along the cycling path. There is still one where the grain is still standing in the field, but that will probably also be harvested anytime soon. Hey Leen, goedemorgen. Great to see so many people already tuning in on a Monday morning. Finnair flight 1301 arriving from Helsinki, A321, 2 hours 9 minutes of flight time. Airplane is 6 years old. First flight February 2017. I had a quick look on flight radar before going out. Now unfortunately only one Queen is underway from Saudia. The daily Emirates A380 is a standard livery, but it is the new standard livery. Hence the picture in the thumbnail. That is what we should be expecting. The question, of course, being, will it be landing on Polderbaan or center? Now, we did have luck one time, but most of the time we got to see it from afar, unfortunately. We'll see how today is going to be. Hopefully the wind will not drastically change, so much so that they are going to close this runway, but the upside of Polderbaan is that they almost always use it. So if it's not for arrivals, it will be for departures 99% of the time. Georgian Airways arriving from Tbilisi. And a little 700. Goedemorgen Jillard, Max Trainer, good morning. Guten Morgen. First day of holiday, haha. Super. Willkommen. Remco, oh no, I already said hi to you. Jono, good morning my friend, good to see you again. Elske, goedemorgen. Antwerp represent. Erik, goedemorgen. So do many of you already have holiday then? Or is it a regular work or school day for most of you? School holidays have begun over here in the Netherlands. For part of the country at least. There's also a part that still has to go to school, at least the school-going population of the country, that is. Next up, A320neo from Vueling, flight 8354, arriving from Bilbao. 1.5 hours of flight time. Well, 1 hour and 36 minutes to be precise. A 3-year-old airplane that had its first flight in August of the year 2019. Interesting. Short flight time. I would have thought it was going to be longer, approaching 2 hours, but I always had this idea that flying to Spain from the Netherlands will cost you at least 2 hours. Then again, it is a big country and most people do fly to a lot of Costa del Sol locations in the south, or at least more south than Madrid. Hey Paula, goedemorgen. And ooh, that is a nice bonus there, Remco, working on a school, giving you a lot of holidays. Okay. Camille working hard, and Jean-Yves is reporting about how hard Camille is working. Division of labor. Here we have Lot Embraer 190 arriving from Warsaw, flight 265. Flight time 1 hour 42 minutes. A 12-year-old airplane, first flight January 2011. Hey, good morning Matthias. Check it out. A little wheelie. There you go. A nice view of the behind of this airplane. Martin, goedemorgen. Mr. Ozas, goedemorgen. Wilma, goedemorgen. Good morning to you all. Welcome to the show. Hope you're all doing well. Now over here in the water it is still quiet. I haven't seen any birds yet, but that is not surprising given the time of day. In the sky though, another big bird from Emirates this time round. Flight 145 arriving from Dubai, 6 hours and 32 minutes of flight time. 777-300 ER, 11 years old. First flight of this airplane was in November of the year 2011. The good life, Roy, being retired. Looking forward to the day I can be fully retired, although I think when working 2 days a week on a day job, you could be considered to be semi-retired. Which is also not a bad place to be in. Hey there Sander, goedemorgen. Well, the stream already is almost already is longer than the stream of yesterday. That was a big major disappointment. Runway roulette struck again yesterday. Now, runway 24 being used for departures. So if anything interesting departs and is expected to fly to the north, do let me know. We can basically follow it from the moment it has taken off from runway 24, see the entire turn. When they turn right and come north. Hey there Dave, good morning! From a sunny-ish Glasgow. Happy to hear that the sun has also reached the UK islands. And what's the temperature at the moment over there in Glasgow? Over here, 20°C. I'm not sure exactly what the highs are going to be. They differ a little bit. I think it's about around 22 degrees Celsius in the west side of the country, but more towards Germany, land inward, maybe even 28 again. Here we have an Embraer 195, a regular Embraer 195 from SAS arriving from Copenhagen. 15 years old already, this airplane. Oh, Marissa says first queen of the day above Zeeland. Interesting. I had a look on flight radar for inbound 747s before going out, and the only 747 it showed me when having a filter applied was a Saudia 747, and that was still in the Middle East early in the morning. Which queen is that then that is now flying above Zeeland? Interesting. Sia, Singapore Airlines. Okay, excellent. Well, 2 queens then. 2 queens and a king for today. And only 60°C just now. Well, better 26 than 36, if you ask me. But that is a little bit on the cool side, of course, for the time of year. Well, is it? Not sure what are you guys having on average as daily highs in this time of year? Surely it must be similar to what we have in the Netherlands. So this was a Turkish A330 arriving from Istanbul. Hey there Saeed, good morning, welcome to the show. Hope you're enjoying. Good morning Mark, who says loving the stream. Oh dear. The tractor was just honking to make room. Nice blue, must be Italian, azzurro. Beep beep. The horn does sound a little bit underwhelming considering its size. Ah, okay. Well spotted, Yillard. Always good to always good to have no filters. Look at the world unfiltered. Hey Tijn, goedemorgen. So next up is Helvetic Airways, Embraer 190, flight 724, arriving from Zurich. Where it left an hour and 8 minutes ago. It is an Embraer 190 long range, 12 years old. First flight was in September 2010. Ah, okay. The day has only just begun over there, of course, Dave. But that sounds like more normal temperatures for the time of year. At least not as clammy and hot as it was in the Netherlands yesterday before the rain arrived later in the afternoon. High humidity, really clammy, sticky, yucky weather. Let's have a look on flight radar. Couple of narrow bodies first. See another triple arriving from Johannesburg as well. Hey, and good day, Ade Bos Kasil Jr. Good evening or afternoon. Checking in from Indonesia. And when speaking about that part of the world, not too far away lies Australia, which is where Jade is residing in Brisbane. Good evening to you, Jade. And Daniel too, also in Down Under, saying hi from Melbourne. Welcome to the show, folks. Hope you guys are enjoying. It does seem that the ticker was already outdated as soon as I pressed save. Because at the moment it seems that all inbound traffic is coming to the Polderbaan, this runway, and not to 18C anymore. Now, that is only temporary. Oh nice, Air Baltic in the Estonian flag coming in. Did not have the time yet to look at the liveries on flight radar, but that is a nice one. We also had a viewer the other day that departed in it. Unfortunately, he did not lit the torch, so he couldn't see him visually, but he was on board though. Next up, KLM Embraer 190 arriving from London City. 42 minutes of flying time, and this is a 9-year-old airplane. First flight October 2013, KLM flight 982. I think the salami will be coming in a little bit later, Jean-Yves. If you look at flight radar, I wouldn't be surprised if it has already left Reykjavik and is visible when you filter for inbound traffic to Amsterdam. Matthias, Jeroen, goedemorgen. Matthias is saying, since we found your stream last week, it is always on in the office. AMS Live, the best reason to procrastinate from work and school. Your best excuse. Helping people to procrastinate since 2022. Next up, Sun Express. Flight 744-737-800 arriving from Konya. 3 hours and 56 minutes of flight time. 7-year-old airplane. First flight of this airplane, April 2016. Alright, well, next up is going to be the special livery Air Baltic, arriving from Vilnius. In the Estonian flag special livery. Hey there Dale, good morning. Frank, goedemorgen. Martin, oh no, already, I already said hi to you. Now behind this special livery A220 will be A777 arriving from Johannesburg. First up, the Air Baltic arriving from Vilnius. 2 hours 15 minutes of flight time. 5-year-old airplane. Hey there Blackburst, good morning, good to see you again my friend, hope you're doing well. We get a little butt shot of this A220. Will we also see the lowering of the spoilers? Well, I have to turn around now, otherwise we'll miss the last bit of the 777, so unfortunately no then. KLM flight 592, 777-300ER arriving from Johannesburg. Flight time 10 hours 20 minutes. Almost half a day. 5-year-old airplane, first flight September 2017. Hey there Jons, goedemorgen. Alright, the really competition has begun, although not the most impressive we've seen. The bar has been set. Marius is saying the A380 is now flying above Turkey in 3 hours in Amsterdam. Yeah, I thought it was expected around 1 p.m. again, as it usually is. Good morning, Amsterdam. Hey there, Sumo Burger. Good morning, my friend. Well, take this moment to also have a look up in the sky. Don't see any contrails right now. There is a light shining in the distance. That would be the next airplane. Now, as you guys can see over here in the water, things are still quiet. The firefighters already did their round. They were doing their round as I was still parked or I just parked my car and then they already passed by, so they were early this morning. You can see some clouds further out. The wind is blowing from behind. I'm now pointing the camera to the east. The wind is blowing from the west, so this is also blowing away from us. What clouds there are to see. Salut Christophe. Good morning. Goedemorgen. Another viewer checking in from France. Bienvenue. Here we have the chimney smoke. It is blowing away from us. The prevailing wind, as I was saying, from the west. The airplanes are landing from north to south, so there is a little bit of crosswind from the right, meaning that the airplanes are leaning in towards us. Although the wind is only 10 knots, so not too substantial. Well, 18C can be removed from the ticker. It seems that 18 left has been added for departures. Alright, next up, A320 Neo. SAS, arriving from Oslo. 5-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018, flight time 1 hour and 31 minutes. Yes, Roy, I do park my car at the regular Spottersplatz and then I walk the rest by foot. Now, the airplane that wasn't visible on flight radar, behind it, the first queen of the day. It's just the touchdown is what I'm going to see, or I'm going to show you. There you go. All right, hey Yorkshire, timing is excellent, mate. Absolutely. Good to see you again, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Now, let's get rid of any filters that I have in flight radar, and there we go. Singapore Airlines cargo, arriving from don't know where, going to don't know where, but I'm guessing it might be Schiphol. Singapore Airlines flight 7343. It is a 747-400. 19 years old. First flight of this airplane was in August of the year 2003. The next airplane in the top left quadrant of the field of view, and in the left middle quadrant we see one that is moving in between, by the looks of it. Hey there, me myself, perfect timing indeed. Also a little bit of reverse thrust being applied there. Really nice. Just saw another airplane creeping in between for the glide slope. So that was a KLM 777-200. And in the foreground is an A319 from EasyJet arriving from London Luton. And it looks like a TUI 767-300 will be following next. Goedemorgen Arno, good to see you, welcome to the show. All other viewers who have joined us in the meantime, welcome to you too. You're watching AMS Live with me, boy. We're standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Currently the only runway in use for arrivals. On a beautiful sunny day. Temperatures around 20 degrees C or 70 F. Prevailing wind is coming from the west. These airplanes are landing to the south, so there is crosswind from the right for the airplanes landing. Wind speed is 10 knots or so, so you see a little bit of crabbing, but it is not excessive. And this would be KLM flight 292, 777-200, arriving from Washington after 7 hours and a minute of flight time. It is a 777-200ER, 18 years old. First flight of this airplane was in January of the year 2005. In the top left, the next airplane, which I believe is a 767 from TUI, if I recall correctly. Obviously, we'll check that in a minute. Hey there, goedemorgen Gerrit. Checking in from South Africa. Awesome. Welcome to the show, Gerrit. Hope you're enjoying. Goedemorgen. Now, next up is a 767. It is from TUI. It is arriving from Izmir in Turkey. This airplane is a 300ER, 23 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in February of the year 2000. Flight time of this airplane, 3 hours and 24 minutes. Now you can see it looks like it is flying towards us, when in actuality it is moving right of us. That would be the crosswind you're seeing. Little bumpy, little bumpy. And it sounds like idle reverse. Opening of the reverser slots, or whatever you call them, but no spooling up, an actual application of the reversers, or they have been really silent. Tippy toes indeed, Dale. Guten Morgen, Gurken Hobel. Thank you so much for your kind words. Hey Piet, goedemorgen. Who was on that TUI in 2014 when it was an Arcafly flight to Orlando. Awesome. That is excellent. Hey there, Joner, good morning. No applause on board. No, or maybe after they realized that they were safely on the ground and only had to slow down. Ryanair 737-800 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. After that, a Dreamliner from United that is arriving from San Francisco. Now that airplane has applied reverse thrust. You can clearly hear it. It's not just the opening of the engine casings, but actual applying reverse thrust there. We get another butt shot. Boom, spoilers down. But no time to waste. Mike Wild, good morning. Very good morning from the UK. Well, very good morning to you too from the Netherlands. Pete, thank you for your kind words, my friend. Glad you're enjoying. Hope you are all enjoying. Over here, the next airplane, and that is United Flight 968. It is a 7879 Dreamliner. Oh, nice picture! Nice picture on flight radar. You would almost think it is. Those are Dutch rooftops. Have a look on flight radar and check out this airplane. It looks like it is taken somewhere in the Netherlands. Anyway. Dreamliner 7879 arriving from San Francisco, 9 hours and 33 minutes of flight time under its belt right now. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight was in February of the year 2017. Goedemorgen, Ewald. Daniel, goedemorgen, good morning. Oh dear, 37C in Budapest. That is not weather to go outside of the house then. That is excruciatingly warm. Will you guys be also be having thunderstorms later today or tonight then? New PH, PPH, goedemorgen, good morning. Okay, picture of the Dreamliner near Heathrow. Well, it might have easily been over the Netherlands, even though I wouldn't know where they would be flying over so low, but the rooftop itself could have been mistaken for being Dutch. Morgen, Hans-Joachim. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Willkommen. Oh, heat wave in Budapest for the time being. Yeah, if you have an AC, absolutely, do use it. That's of course a big if. You need to have one, but this is weather where you definitely would like to have one. Either that or reside in the supermarkets. At least in the Netherlands, the supermarkets are all really cool and well air conditioned. Just set up shop in Albert Heijn. You have food, drinks and nice temperatures all available to you. Reminds me a bit of an episode of Married with Children, where I believe Al Bundy and the family also took their holiday in a supermarket. But that wasn't such a bad idea. Pioneering idea, actually. This is an E2 Embraer 195. It is arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic, flight 1352, flight time 1 hour and 8 minutes. The airplane's age, 1 year. First flight was in March 2022. And I do see a little bit of movement in the water. 2 coots. I will show you in a minute if they are still visible then. They do have a way of being ninja, going all ninja on me and be there the 1 minute and a few seconds later they're gone. Now that also did not sound like any reverse thrust was applied, even though the slots were opened. Oh, that's good, Daniel, that you have a powerful air conditioning. Hey there, Alan, morning. Now, I was seeing coots and is that one? No. Wait, I do see movement. Is that closer by then? Also, all the grass looks similar, so I'm not sure if I'm too close or too far with my... I think I might be too close. I might need to look further up. Yeah, there's some movement. And I think its friend is a little closer by. Yeah, there you go. Right, so 2 coots. But they are good at playing ninja. Other than that, I don't see any birds over here in the water yet. We do have a CRJ inbound. And an airplane flying to Göteborg flying over, passing over here. Now this would be SAS flight 1553, CRJ 900 long range, arriving from Stockholm after a flight time of 1 hour and 42 minutes right now. The airplane is 14 years old and had its first flight in January 2009. Hey there, Mario. Good morning. And Ethan, thank you so much for your kind words. Good to have you on the show. Hope you guys are enjoying. Visibility is really great. That's why it's nice to see the arrivals here. You can, what you guys were referring to, you can see them turn onto the glide slope left and right. Maybe I will need to make a separate video of that one day. Right, now next up will be Croatia Airlines. A319 arriving from Zagreb, and I see that a Dreamliner from KLM arriving from Cartagena, flight 747. Obviously they give it an airplane type flight number. Has just reached land. Now I think I might even be able to see it. The Dreamliner arrival from Cartagena. I see it visually, just need to get my bearings. Right, it is approaching and is lower. Okay, There we go. There we go. So that is KLM Flight 747, the 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena. Turning onto the glide slope, number 2, in the vicinity of Beverwijk. Yay, hoi Siem! Also an additional viewer checking in this morning. Goedemorgen Siem, leuk dat je met papa meekijkt. So this is Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb. Hey, and good morning Ellie, welcome to the show my friend. The Saudia Cargo Queen is delayed, Marissa is riding, now estimated at 10 to 1. Well, the Emirates A388 is expected around 1 p.m. So we are going to be around for the Saudia regardless, unless the delay gets more extended. Hey Tim, goedemorgen, good morning. Hope everybody is doing well. Beautiful day over here in Amsterdam. And the Dreamliner is definitely combating a little bit of crosswind. Gracefully floating towards the glide slope. So this is KLM Flight 747. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena. 9 hours and 19 minutes of flight time. This airplane, 7 years old, first flight October 2015. Perry, Wendy, goedemorgen, good morning. Polderbaan indeed, Perry. Absolutely. Hey Lisa, good morning. Almost missed your arrival. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Been a while. It's been a while. Ugh. Did have coffee in the morning, but I think I didn't have enough. Right now, let's see, inbound traffic. Where is it? Near Hoofddorp? It should be nearby. Why am I not? Oh, there it is. Now, let me see if I can twist the camera enough. And still stand properly. This is arriving traffic, flying at 5,400 feet and descending, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, Boeing 737-700 flying downwind. So we can see that on clear days. I think it might be the next traffic. Trying to multitask, also zoom out a little bit on flight radar. I think this is going to be the next airplane, so we can see it now on its downwind leg. Turn base, turn final. Let's see it land in a few minutes. In the meantime, Stuart, good morning. Richard, good morning. Theme Park God. What a beautiful name. Good morning, God. Thank you so much for your kind words there, Stuart. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Hope everybody is. So this is KLM flight 1228, a Boeing 737-700 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, flying on its downwind leg of the traffic pattern. Where is it flying, you might be asking? Just past Haarlem, and we can see it initiate the right hand turn to start flying base. Maybe they will make it one smooth turn onto the glide slope. Oh, focus. So this is a Boeing 737-700 arriving from Paris. Flight time at the moment 40 minutes. This airplane 13 years old. First flight was in November 2009. And it does seem to be one continuous smooth turn flying from base onto final. From downwind to base to final. There you go, our next airplane. Overshot the glide slope a little bit, flying a little bit back. Now the downside of today, Theme Park God, is that the weather at the moment is such that I don't see any contrails of flying traffic up in the sky, which makes it extremely difficult to find any traffic, let alone visually, let alone with the camera. Now, behind the airplane, from the right, we can see an A319 from EasyJet arriving from Prague, turning onto the glide slope further north from the east, so from the right. See if I can also stand a little in the way between the wind and my camera so that it doesn't shake as much as it otherwise would do. The jerkiness you might be seeing is not because I am am having withdrawals from caffeine or something, or because my camera has not been attached to the tripod properly, or that the tripod is not secured properly to the ground, or that the tripod quality is shitty. It is just wind. And now the challenge is to find our next airplane. There it is. Haha, you do that, Marissa. Fill that mug with some nice tea. And we can see the next airplane enter into the view. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Berlin from KLM. So this is EasyJet flight 27928, Airbus A319, arriving from Prague within the Czech Republic. Flight time 1 hour 11 minutes. This airplane 13 years old, first flight October 2009. And the A319 foregoing the first exit. Now again, fellas, I'm not seeing any contrails looking up whatsoever, so I'm not going to be able to show you traffic until they do become visible. Well, what is visible is the next airplane that is coming in. We already saw it turn onto the glide slope. It is KLM flight 1822, E2 Embraer 195, arriving from Berlin, Germany. Hour and 2 minutes of flight time right now. This airplane, a year old, its first flight October 2021. There's another Embraer 190 that is about to turn onto the glide slope. I wasn't able to see it, maybe you guys did see it, but I was hoping I could show you a nice duo shot. Not sure if I succeeded in that, but if not, we'll see it soon enough. Typical KLM, keeping up the speed, staying on the runway, vacate late, make sure that the taxi time to the gate is as short as possible. Well, is that our next airplane then? It looks like this is the Embraer 190 arriving from Geneva. Hey there, Queenslander Alex. Good day. Good to see you again, my friend. Right, so the airplane you are now seeing is an Embraer 190 arriving from Geneva. Further up north there is a Transavia 737 that will be turning onto the glide slope from the left, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. But I'm not sure if we are able to see it because it is relatively far out. I'm even checking on my laptop screen, but I don't see it anywhere. It should be somewhere in the bottom then, because that's furthest out. But I guess that is too far out. Good morning, Harry. Checking in from Ontario. Doing well, my friend. Thanks for asking. Hope you are too. And what are you up early? It is 6 hours earlier, so that's 4:30 in the morning for you, Harry. Begs the question, are you night owling or are you early birding? Still checking if I can see the next airplane, but I cannot, unfortunately. So let's just focus on the incoming Embraer then. It is an Embraer 190 arriving from Geneva in Switzerland. Flight 1926. Flight time 1 hour and 12 minutes. The airplane's age 9 years. First flight was in February of the year 2014. Now, so far we haven't seen any substantial wheelies. The most substantial we've seen so far was of a KLM 777, I believe. Come to think of it, have we seen A330? Yeah, we did see A330s. A few. Turkish at least. We did see at least one Turkish. We haven't seen any Deltas, have we? No, don't believe we have yet. Huh. Now, we are going to see a Dreamliner 10 arriving from New York JFK soon. It is nearing the coast. I think we might be able to see it if it gets closer by. For now, the first airplane to be looking at is here. Transavia 737 arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Night howling. Ooh. Are you preparing for an intercontinental journey, Harry? That you're already adjusting your biorhythm? We did have a person in the chat the other day that was doing that already. I thought it was very strategic, provided that you're allowed to do that that you can schedule it in your agenda with work and whatnot. A very prudent thing to do. Make sure that your jet lag on arrival is not as severe as it otherwise would have been. I'm also looking over the camera further out to see if I can spot the dream. Oh yeah, I can. Excellent. Visibility is great, fellas, and it was in the vicinity of the lantern. There we go. Number 2, KLM flight 644. Now, we have seen Transavia 737 so many times before already. I'm proposing to follow this airplane as it's flying base and onto final until its landing. So this is KLM flight 644. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from New York JFK. It is in the KLM 100 years livery. Flight time of this airplane thus far 6 hours and 31 minutes. The airplane's age 4 years. It is flying since June 2019. Sander, goedemorgen. Jelmer, goedemorgen. Checking in from Heerenveen in the north. Aren't you also from Heerenveen, Wendy? Or at least the vicinity of Heerenveen? Good to see everybody tuning in on this Monday morning, a sunny Monday morning, where we are looking at a Dreamliner 10 arriving from New York JFK, turning final. Nice that we can see the airplanes arrive so far in advance today. Where? Ah, W2F, did I? Ah, there it is. Now arriving from the right in the background, somewhere in the north, should be an A319, now in the vicinity of Heemskerk. Let me turn around and look on my laptop screen. Oh yeah, we can see that one as well. Great. So we can look up north quite far actually. I'm a bit surprised by it. So in the foreground, Dreamliner 10, KLM 100 years special livery, arrival from New York JFK. And if you look just left of center, a bit to the north, a bit higher than the center of the camera's field of view, you will also see an A319 arriving from Copenhagen, EasyJet. Also, take a look at the wing curve. Now it is fully flexed. As soon as those spoilers go up, boom, they go down. Particularly when zoomed out a little bit, you can see it really well. Hey there, Missy Ghost, good morning to you. All other viewers who have joined the channel, good morning or good evening or good afternoon. Whatever time of day it may be, welcome to the show. My name is Boy, you're watching AMS Live. We are now standing at the Polderbaan, runway 19 right. Currently the only runway in use for arrivals. Arrivals are arriving from the north. The prevailing wind is blowing from the west. That means crosswind from the left, from the right, meaning the airplanes are leaning in towards the left, towards us a little bit. The wind speed around 10 knots, not too significant, not stormy or anything, but it does create some crabbing. Now, if you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. Brian, good morning, checking in from Manchester, New Hampshire. So you're also up early then. For you, I have the same question. Are you night then? If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. People in the chat won't bite you, they are really friendly. Also, if you have any questions, shoot. They are very knowledgeable as well. Queenslander Alex says, I just arrived at the airport to get on the 12 p.m. Delta flight to New York and then getting on another flight from New York to Australia. Oh boy, the journey has just begun. Too bad I won't be able to film you when you are going out, unless, yeah, of course, you will probably take off from runway 24 then, but we might see you a bit closer up. Once you have taken off, you will probably quickly make a right-hand turn, head north, Or if you fly the standard Bergy departure, you will first fly towards my hometown of Lisse and then turn around towards the North Sea and then fly up north. Will all depend, of course, on where today's North Atlantic tracks are. If they're more to the north, you will probably fly towards Scotland first. If they are more oriented in the south, located in the south today, then you will probably take the Falco departure and fly more south. Brian is off to work shortly, so what time do you begin work then? Because it is 4:40 a.m. right now, I think. East Coast, 6-hour time difference, right? With mainland Europe. Hey Alex, do you know the flight number? So that at least we can monitor when you are taking off. Visibility is good, so we should be able to see you guys. Even if it is from afar. And good day to pilot Lemeyian. If I pronounce that properly. Live from Kenya. Awesome. Nice to see Africa is represented as well. Of course, we already had a viewer from South Africa checking in. Now also a bit more to the north. And that is reverse thrust being applied. And I find that winding down sound reminiscent to the GE90s. It's almost like a GE90 spooling down after having applied the reverse thrust. What do you guys think? I think it sounds similar. Maybe I'm the only one hearing that. Delta Flight 49 is where Alex will be flying to New York JFK with later. And the expected departure time was 12 o'clock, right? So in just under 1.5 hours. Right, next up, KLM Flight 1002, arriving from London Heathrow, Boeing 737-800. Wait a minute, I'm looking too far out. This is an Embraer 190 also coming in from London, but not from Heathrow, London City. This is BA City Flyer Flight 8451, Embraer 190. This airplane is 8 years old. And Franklin says, good morning from Lagos in Nigeria. Love your streams. Franklin, thank you so much and welcome. Thanks for joining and saying hi there. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Hope everybody is. Oh, hey, what do you know? I do see a contrail. It is only very minute. Not sure if I can show you guys properly, but here goes. Should be somewhere over there. Let me look. Are you guys seeing anything? Oh yeah, it is in fact in the field of view. Yeah, so you guys can see it is almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not a lot of humidity in the air, in the upper atmospheres. A little bit of a rough landing there for the 737 that did arrive from London Heathrow. And are you referring to heat distortion, Brian? Because that is something that I even have in the winter time. Particularly on warm days you do see a bit of distortion. Hey there Donna, good morning. My Monday so far has been great. Hope yours is too. The weather has cooled down significantly compared with yesterday before the rain started to fall. When it cooled down I really felt exhaustion coming over me. Did 2 additional power naps yesterday. Guess I accumulated some fatigue over the past week with the warm temperatures. Much better now, luckily. Okay, so 18 Center seems to have opened. I do see an ITA Airways that is flying towards it. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. ITA Airways flight 108 A320 Neo. Arriving from Rome. Current flight time 2 hours 1 minute. Brand new airplane had its first flight in December of the year 2022, so just over half a year in service right now. Looks like there's also a Tarom coming. Can I see it already? I don't. Cannot. And Air Canada is also coming to our runway. Not seeing it visually yet, but as soon as I am, I will turn the camera towards it. Now, ITA Airways always a beautiful dark blue. Come rain or shine, it always looks nice. They did choose that color really well, I think. Now, lighting conditions right now with the backlight are not optimal. It's also a bit windy. There's a 777 from Air Canada coming this way, and behind it a Dreamliner from TUI arriving from Bonaire by the looks of it. I think I do already see the 777 from Air Canada, so let's focus on it then. There you go. Is the TUI Dreamliner already visible? I'm looking on my laptop screen so I can see what you guys are seeing. I don't have it yet. Ah, the gear is going down. Beautiful to see. Ah, in the bottom of the screen you can see the Dreamliner. Just crouching in front of my laptop. so that I can see the picture better and see what you guys are seeing as well at home. We'll lock the tripod because with the wind it otherwise would be more shaky. Hey, good morning, Aaron. Good to see you again. Nice timing. Hope you're doing well. So this is TUI flight 7. No, sorry, this is the wrong. This is Air Canada flight 808. I was zoomed out too much. No reversers for Air Canada flight 808 777 arriving from Toronto, Canada. 777-300 ER, 14 years old. Interesting. I was hoping that we could also hear a little bit of that engine when reversing. Guess it wasn't meant to be. Let's see if we have more luck with the next airplane. So that is TUI flight 703, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner arriving from Bonaire. 8 hours 42 minutes of flight time, and it is a 9-year-old airplane that had its first flight in May 2014. Oh, and that is nasty, Paul. When in Islamabad I saw a 747 landing that forgot to put the gear down. That's quite vital to have a smooth landing. Hey there, 68 Twig. Good morning. Good to see you again, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody is. Beautiful sunny day over here in Amsterdam. Or at least Amsterdam Schiphol. Now I'm also hearing a turboprop. I think there is a small airplane flying. I'm looking right up. I do see an airplane, but that is an airplane without a contrail and not a turboprop. So that was just a lucky shot seeing it. Aaron, you're right. TUI had 3 ordered: the PHTFK, the PHTFK, TFL and the PHTFM. So PH is are the letters that all Dutch airplanes registered in the Netherlands have. They begin with PH. TF, TUI fly, and the other three KLM. It was a little joke towards KLM for them being earlier than KLM with getting the Dreamliner. Hey Gerrit, goedemorgen. Nice timing. Hope you're doing well. We're looking at Delta Airlines flight 74. It is an A350-900 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Flight time 747 or 7 hours and 47 minutes right now. The airplane's age 4 years. It began flying in September 2018. First A350 of the stream. And right now arrivals also taking place on runway 18 center. And Roy asks until when the Polderbaan is open for arrivals. Well, I think it is going to stay open for as long as the wind is from the prevailing direction. So I guess it is going to be open all the time in the upcoming hours for the time being. Although, as is the case right now, at times nice reverse thrust there. Although at times 18 center will also be opened as a secondary runway. Let's have a little peek at the current status quo. Alright, so the temperature is more or less the same. The wind speed has increased to 12 knots right now. 270 degrees. I'm updating the ticker as we speak with a fresh METAR. And let's also quickly glance at the current runway usage. Okay, 4 runways in use right now, 2 for departures, 2 for arrivals, so 18 right and 18 center, and the departing runways have stayed the same. Hey Paul Pixel, good morning. Hope you're doing well, mate. Now as we see the A350 vacate, in the bottom, in the ticker, you can see the latest weather report from 8:25 Zulu. So that is 10:25 AM local time. The local time you can see in the bottom left corner in the ticker. The wind is 270 degrees, 11 knots. So from the west still, the wind varies between 250 degrees and 310 degrees. So southwest, northwest, more or less. Goedemorgen, photo for you, Peter PDK, good morning. Welcome both. Hope you are all doing well. Visibility is 10 kilometers or more, that's what the 9999 is indicating. There are few clouds at 2000 feet. The current temperature 21 degrees, dew point 14 degrees in Celsius both. QNH, the air pressure 1021 hectopascal, and no significant wheelies are allowed. I do see some grebes in the back in the distance. You guys might have spotted them already. Or are they grebes? I think that is a mama with a fish. Or something else. Looks like a young one. expectingly looking at Mama. Food time? Eat now? Breakfast? Sashimi? Or is it just breakfast for Mama or Papa? I guess it was the latter. Okay, so interesting developments. Hey there, Jolly Pencil. Hello, this is my first time. Well, welcome to the stream and thank you for saying hi. I want to encourage all new viewers to do the same. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. People over here won't bite you. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask. Knowledgeable people over here in the chat. Okay, so the grebes are awake, have awoken. I don't see any ducks or coots right now. The situation over here in the water is otherwise quiet. Now the big picture is that we do see a bit more of high clouds, some cirrus clouds forming here and there. Mostly still blue skies. Visualization of the wind. There are a few clouds indeed in the distance. This is to the east, more land inward. Southwest, southeast. And south. So let's practice, see what we might be able to see. If Alex is taking off to New York, it is probably going to follow the same departure as this A330 to Minneapolis. Just took off from runway 24. Let's see the route it is taking. Right now, in terms of arriving traffic, I can see a 737, but that is for center by the looks of it. We do, this is an A330 departing to Minneapolis, and I see that there is also an A330 arriving from Minneapolis that will be coming this way. So Alex, unfortunately, I don't think we are going to see a whole lot of the departure. Except this. It looks like it is following an A330 Neo that is going to Salt Lake City, Delta Flight 57. Hey Lance, good morning. Sim Erik, goedemorgen. Jose, good morning, goedemorgen. Checking in from Rotjeknor. Peppi, guten Morgen, Servus. Auch wieder dabei aus Innsbruck in das wunderschöne Tirol. So yeah, this is what we are going to see of your departure later, probably Alex. This looks like the Bergy departure, the standard instrument departure, where they are now flying in the vicinity of my home. And turning to the west towards the North Sea. Continue climbing out. Queenslander Alex will be departing to New York JFK in an hour on a Delta A330 probably. It was an A330, wasn't it? Departure expected to be in an hour from now. So this is a practice round to see what we can see of the departure, which is undoubtedly going to be from runway 24. Now you can see that it is coming back a little bit. And he asks where I'm standing. I'm standing in the grass next to the cycling path, next to the Polderbaan, on the north side of the main parking place, the official Spottersplaats. Right, I'm going to turn around so that nothing gets tangled, and also, oh, the grebes are a bit closer by right now, so if they stay there, maybe I can show you guys a bit more close up what they look like. But first, we have some heavies. In fact, after this A330 we even have another one. Well, not an A330, but another heavy, I should say. I should clarify. This is Delta Airlines Flight 162, Airbus A330-300, arriving from Minneapolis, 7 hours 44 minutes of flight time under its belt right now. The airplane's age, 8 years, first flight June 2015. It was a little bit of everything, a little bit of a wheelie and a little bit of reverse thrust. But nothing particularly excelled. Zebra mini grebe, the grebeling. Oh, two! There are two. So two young, and the parent is probably submerged right now. I don't see it anywhere. Nice to see them up close. I like how the young grebes have a zebra livery. Alright, next up, another 787-10 Dreamliner. This one KLM Flight 636, arriving from Las Vegas. Flight time of this airplane 9 hours 17 minutes right now. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight was in December 2020. Ah, and Andy is standing at the Spottersplaats parking place itself. Okay. K1 just passed by. The grebes are in the meantime a bit more north. They do swim fast. Okay. Also not the longest wheelie. I think the 777s was longer. Still, not too bad. Now, Jean-Yves, your salami est arrivé. It is coming. The A320 Neo from Play, arriving from Reykjavik. L'avion du salami. Probably not the right translation, but it does sound funny, at least to me. Now K1 parked nicely. Grebes. So two young grebes, and I'm assuming it is a mama grebe then. That is, of course, being very prejudiced. Might also be an emancipated pop-up grebe while mom is working. I just go on stereotypes, that's just how I roll. Here we have Play Flight 460, the daily flight from Reykjavik to Amsterdam, A320neo, bright red. We've seen it before already. Striking livery. Not everybody is of the opinion it is a beautiful livery, but it is striking. That I think most people will agree on. Flight time 2 hours 41 minutes. Brand new airplane. First flight October 2022, and I'm hearing a coot just behind me. You guys might have picked up on it as well. It is swimming close by. It is on its own by the looks of it. Let me see if I can show you guys after the landing of the Play Neo. Seems another landing with idle reversers. It is vacating via the first exit. So we do get to see it's behind a little bit. Now, there are a few grebes, they all are swimming solitary, coming this way. I also saw, I'm seeing a 737 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle on flight radar. I'm looking to see if I can spot it again, so that we can follow it maybe. To the west of me there are a few high cirrus clouds, so the backdrop is no longer as contrasty as it was when the sky was just fully blue. Maybe I can pick up on it when it is flying base, although no, there's already a 737 behind this Neo, so it has to continue its downwind leg a bit further to the north before being able to turn final. Okay, well, we'll see. This A320neo from EasyJet is arriving from London Gatwick at least. Second consecutive neo. Well, either this is also idle or the reversers on these Neos are extraordinarily quiet. The latter I'm not sure of. M. Obroni checking in from Germany. Guten Morgen. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are enjoying. There is an Embraer 190 flying over right now. I'm still checking to see if I can see that 737 arriving from Paris, but I cannot. I do see the next airplane to arrive in the distance, so let's focus on that then. And P. Widden, thank you so much for tuning in again. Thanks for your kind words. I'll keep doing my best to give you good quality content. Thank you for your kind words, my friend, and good to see you again. Folks, we're now looking at KLM flight 1422. It is a Boeing 737-800 arriving from Birmingham, where it left 41 minutes ago. It is a 12-year-old 737 that had its first flight in March of the year 2011. That is a textbook KLM landing. Keeping up the speed, staying on the runway, vacate late. Make the taxi time to the gate as short as possible. If you're new to the layout of Schiphol Airport, this is the Polderbaan, the latest edition. 20 years ago they built it, and it is furthest removed from the main platform area. So this airplane, even though it is already at the end of the runway almost, still has 10 minutes of taxi time at least before it reaches the gate. This latest edition is so far removed from the main platform area that it has its dedicated ATC control tower and fire station over here. And for you who are unfamiliar with Schiphol, this is where the main terminal building is and the main ATC control tower is. The terminal building with all the gates being directly next to this tower. So zooming out, you guys can see it is quite far away. Now today visibility is okay, but you can imagine that if it is a bit more hazy, let alone cloudy or foggy, you're not able to see anything from over there. Hence a dedicated ATC control tower with a dedicated frequency as well. So if you want to listen in on ATC, liveatc.net provides that. You can tune in to Tower West. Listen to everything going on between the tower and the landing traffic over here. Paul has to do shopping, groceries. Well, Paul, thanks for joining once again. Enjoy the rest of your Monday, and we will see you again soon, undoubtedly. This is a Transavia 737 that we are looking at, arriving from Olbia, flight 6916, 737-800. 2 hours and 6 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 19 years old. First flight was in March 2004. Hey Tim, goedemorgen. Checking in from the Netherlands, probably. Now what you see over here is a departure from 18 left, the Alsmeerbaan. So if you're standing next to the McDonald's, you can also see that up close. In fact, if the airplanes depart from this runway and they are departing from the runway threshold, then from the McDonald's, or at least the field that I usually stand next to, you can see that pretty well. Now, also visible pretty well is a contrail coming directly towards me. This is from the southeast, and it is flying to the northwest. It is still southwest of me, and it seems that it is turning. Let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah, it seems to be making a left-hand turn. It is a twin engine. Other than that, I cannot see any more details on my little 3-inch camera screen. Hey, how about that? What a nice duo shot. lucky break there. Okay, maybe it isn't turning. It looked like it was turning, but it still seems to be flying in a straight line. We'll pass really close. Will pass right over me. I think maybe just a little bit to the south. Not much. In the meantime, you might have picked up on the sound of a landing airplane. That was a KLM Embraer, one of the many. Now as it is getting closer, it's only going to show more details probably. those of you who are new to this, my camera is pointing up. I have my phone attached to my camera on the back side, on which I am looking at the chat. That means that my phone is now pointing to the ground as my camera is pointing directly up almost. So I'm not able to read your messages right now, but this airplane does become more clear. Oh, and now I'm stuck. That's the most my camera can lean backwards. So let me go back down again. Let's quickly go back to action on the ground. The 737-900 from Paris-Charles de Gaulle has just touched down. Is that SkyTeam livery? It looks like it. It is. Alright, Eurowings Discovery A330 from Frankfurt to Atlanta with Ryanair from Gdansk to London Stansted. Awesome. Okay, Alex has just passed through security, now going to the gate. Yes, Roy, Alex is going to fly to New York JFK on Delta. Estimated time of departure 12 o'clock, so in 40 minutes from now. So that's why I already did a practice round, seeing what we can film of it when it is going to take off to New York. Keep us posted there, Alex. Next up, TUI flight 356 7878 arriving from Willemstad in Curaçao. 8 hours and 42 minutes of flight time. This airplane is 8 years old. First flight was November 2014. Oh, interesting. Interesting, Roy. So, how is that possible, Queenslander Alex? Still waiting for the explanation there. Next up, KLM flight. What is it? Is that 9865? Boeing 737-900. Arriving from Birmingham. Flight time 40 minutes. The airplane age is 21 years. First flight was in September 2001. Aha. So it seems that Queenslander Alex and his brother are well traveled then. Each flying simultaneously to different destinations using the same account. So anyway, let's see, two airplanes are visible coming over here. The first one is a little Embraer 190 in the background. Can we see it already? Oh yeah, in the top left it is visible already. A 737 from Transavia, arriving from Barcelona. So this is KLM flight 1414, Embraer 190, arriving from Lyon in France. Flight time 1 hour and 15 minutes. The airplane's age 5 years. First flight of this airplane was in February of the year 2018. In the meantime, Chavs is celebrating a month of membership. Thank you so much for your ongoing support there, Chavs. The sweet smell of being rumbled. Sweet indeed. Oh, and Missy might land on the Polder one too. Well, awesome. Awesome. Right, let's see. Next airplane to arrive, another Transavia. You do see both on the way the airplane behaves and the shakiness of the camera that the wind has picked up a little bit. It was 12 knots already. I'm thinking it might have picked up even a bit further right now. This was Transavia arriving from Barcelona. Oh wow, Lance, where do you see Kevin? Let me zoom in on him. Let's see, is that the sled of Santa Claus? I think it might be. I see white. That must be snow. Seems to be on the same track as the airplane I spotted earlier. So it seems that the humidity in the higher atmosphere has increased, allowing for Contrail condensation. You guys know what I'm talking about. Still 2 runways in use over here for arrivals, 18C and 18 right. The next airplane for 18 right visible over here. Embraer 175 arriving from Southampton. There's a Pilatus passing by at 26,000 feet. I'm not seeing that one, unfortunately. And that was an Air Canada Dreamliner from Frankfurt to Montreal. Notice that air traffic to the United States or Canada to North America from Frankfurt seems to be passing over Amsterdam. typically. Hey, is this a wheelie competitor? Well, a little. The setup looked promising. In the meantime, a big bird landing on the center runway. I think I do hear the Pilatus. I do hear the sound of a turboprop. Ah, they're using the same sleigh. Ah, nice. The humor is strong in the chat. Let's continue to follow that Dreamliner for a bit. With the sun now shining behind me, it should be more contrasty and a bit more visible, although it is moving away. That was the Dreamliner from Frankfurt. Doesn't form a really long contrail, as you guys can see. It is dissolving relatively quickly. Alright. In the meantime, the moon is also out. Can I show you? Sure, I should be able to, but those reflections. Well, you guys know what the moon looks like. I'm not going to try endlessly. Hey, Milchintoleranz. Guten Tag, guten Morgen. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Herzlich willkommen. Now, 2 airplanes coming in. 777-200 from El Al, flying for center, arriving from Tel Aviv. 777-300 from Curacao, coming to this runway. El Al flight 337, 777-200, arriving from Tel Aviv. It is a 200 ER. Flight time 4 hours 26 minutes. 15-year-old triple. First flight August 2007. Bit unfortunate that they are timing 2 triples simultaneously. Obviously, I will have to go back to this one because it is landing in front of us. KLM flight 736. Arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. 8 hours and 29 minutes of flight time under its belt right now. 777-300 ER. 11 years old. First flight June 2012. And hey there, George and Erik. Goedemorgen heren. Good morning, gents. Nice. Not sure. We will have to watch the replay of both landings, the KLM 777s. The other one, not sure which of the two is the longest wheelie, but also hearing an ambulance or something in the distance. Not seeing it. Right, now. That's too far to the left. Oh yeah, there it is. And in the background, from the right, another airplane flying towards the glide slope. That would be a Transavia 737. And in the foreground, we are seeing an Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Bristol. Don't see any more traffic to center as of yet. I'm hoping that means, well, no, typically that does mean that they are going to close it. Keep it closed until the A380 is in Dutch airspace, then they are going to reopen it again. That's what they typically do. So probably 18 right has been upscaled to being the only runway for arrivals again for an hour or so, and then until the A380 arrives, then they are going, all the heavies will be going to center again probably. Well, I'm Obroni. I will keep on streaming. Thanks for your kind words. It's been a pleasure to have you on the stream. I'm looking forward to seeing you the next time you're around. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for joining, and see you hopefully soon. So this is KLM flight 1050, Embraer 190 arriving from Bristol. Current flight time 48 minutes. 11-year-old airplane. First flight January 2012. So the Queen estimated to arrive in, well, an hour and what is it? 15 minutes. Oh, is the A380 getting a little bit delayed before going out? I thought its expected time of arrival was around 1 p.m. Maybe a bit of headwind underway. Warren, good morning, my friend. Good to see you again. For you too, an early morning. Are you having to work and have to get up early for that? What's the time difference, by the way? Is Atlanta still Eastern time or is it Central time? One of the Central time zones. Is it 7 or 6 hours time difference? I'm inclined to believe it is still 6, but not certain. Alright, so still 6 hours of time difference there. Hey, good morning, Malcolm. Heading home to New Zealand from Schiphol, 9:20 p.m. tomorrow on Korean. We'll be making a pit stop then in Seoul first. Okay, so A380 1 minute ahead of schedule, making record speed, record gains. A320 EasyJet arrival from Geneva. quick change in Seoul. Is it really tight, or do you have a few hours before hopping on to the final flight? So it's a bit tricky if it's really tight and you all of a sudden get a delay or something. Next up, Embraer 190 KLM arriving from Frankfurt. It seems that right now 18 right is the only runway again for arrivals. So here we have another of those KLM flights. KLM flight 767, but it is an A330-300. So they do that all the time, assigning different. I'm suspecting. I'm getting ever more convinced that they do this on purpose. So KLM flight 767 is being flown by an A330-300. It is arriving from Bonaire. This airplane underway now for 8 hours and 56 minutes. 11-year-old airplane, first flight February 2012. And hey there, Monica, guten Morgen. Netetal Niederrhein. Also in der Nähe von die Niederlande. Herzlich willkommen. Schön, dass du auch dabei bist. They are all really close together in terms of wheelie length. Hard to pick a definitive winner so far. This one too seemed to be very close in length to the two previous contenders with the 777s. Hey daar Bram, goedemorgen. Dirk, goedemorgen. Uit Zaventem, checking in from Flanders. Now, let's see, this is one of the shortest flights that there is, that isn't an inland relocation flight. KLM flight 1724. Boeing 737-800 arriving from Brussels. Still 28 minutes of flight time. Peculiar. Bit long, it seems. 22-year-old airplane. Now, also someone who might have taken a wrong turn. That did not seem like an undercover police or other authority vehicle. So I'm not quite sure what happened there. If that person did in fact take a wrong turn or something. Hey there, John. Good morning. Thanks for your kind words. Victor, goedemorgen, good morning. Mats, goedemorgen, good morning. And Dejan Blagojevic checking in from Melbourne Airport in Australia. Good evening to you, my friend. Everybody, welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are enjoying. It seems that Embraer 190s are now coming in all together, arriving all together. And in the meantime, John, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate the support. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, my friend. Hope that you might like it there. Oh, and that is another Embraer with squeaky brakes. Where is the WD-40 if you need it? When you need it the most. That is good. Seems to be on its own right now. I did see a few. They weren't grouped together, so I'm not sure if they are all related or in the same social group. Right. Now the next Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds, KLM flight 1542. Hey, do we have a narrow body competitor for the wheelie competition? It seems that we have. Not as long as the heavies have created so far, or at least today. And Angus Officer, good evening to you. Yeah, it is evening there, right? Checking in from New Zealand. Welcome to the show. Let's see, the next airplane to come this way is looking to be an A321neo from Pegasus, but that is still far out. So I'm guessing this is one that I'm not seeing on flight radar then, or is this, oh, no, it is the A321neo. And in the background we saw the next one. Is that the Transavia then? I think it is. Alrighty, so this is Pegasus flight 1251 A321neo arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. Flight time 3 hours 17 minutes. This airplane 3 years old, first flight March 2020. The sunglasses clearly visible. Well, Angus, there are very comfortable seats I had installed in the Lurkers Lounge, so you're definitely forgiven for having been there and having spent a considerable amount of time over there. But I wanted you guys to be comfortable over there, so I thought, let's go all out, nothing but the best. This is Transavia flight 5216, 737-800 arriving from Catania. Flight time isn't mentioned anymore on flight radar, but it is a 14-year-old airplane that had its first flight in June 2009. Now let me do a quick update of the weather. I'm curious. I think the wind is picking up. It feels like it. Last time I checked the meter, it was 12 knots. Let me quickly have a look for you guys, see what it is right now. Okay, still 12 knots. Okay, still 12 knots. Quick check on the ATC Netherlands website. Says that arrivals are now just 18 right, the rest has remained the same. Quick update of the meter. The temperature has increased to 22 C. Otherwise, the wind has not changed significantly, so we still have wind blowing from the west. These airplanes are landing to the south. There's crosswind from the right for the airplanes now landing. Wind speed, as you guys can see in the ticker, still 12 knots. Wind direction is variable between southwest and northwest, but on average still from the west, so that is perpendicular to the runway heading. Current air temperature 22 degrees Celsius. If you're used to Fahrenheit, that is in the 70s, low 70s to mid 70s. I always do quick math. Celsius times 2 plus 30 approximates the temperature in Fahrenheit. Hey there, Snorri! Birthday party now. Going to my friend's birthday party now. See you later. Well, enjoy the party there. Don't go overboard on eating cake. Let's see. Flight radar also mentions that the lifeliner, oh, but that is very low. Yeah, no, that is invisible for us, even though it is relatively close by, but it is too low for us to be able to see visually. Another Embraer 190. Flight 1442, Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen. Current flight time, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Airplane's age 14 years, first flight June 2009. There is a 777 arriving from Panama City, now approaching the coast. I'm already looking, scanning. I think we should be able to see it. With the earlier big birds, we did see them already, so I'm trying to multitask, show you guys this airplane while I am looking. Oh, oh! Damn it, now I wish I hadn't zoomed out so much. That looked like a very significant wheelie. I'm trying to see if I can see the 777 already. I think I have it, so let's quickly turn around, show you guys as it is flying base. No, it is next to one of the... Ah, there it is, yeah, I got it. a bit late in finding it, but there you go. The next airplane, KLM flight 758, arriving from Panama City, 777-300 ER. Current flight time 9 hours and 46 minutes. Airplane's age is 11 years. First flight was in May 2012. And hello there, Jeanette's boxing channel. Are you interested in boxing? Where do I get that idea from? Ah, Karsten, behind us. Awesome. Thank you for the kind words.
Yeah, a donation for you.
A donation? Oh, well, thank you so much for that, my friend. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good time.
Well, absolutely. Beautiful weather. What else could you want?
Yeah, and Zwanenburgbahn is closed now.
Yeah.
So.
Well, but there's an A380 incoming, so
yeah.
they are going to open it again,
Yeah,
probably
maybe.
as soon as it enters the Dutch airspace.
Yeah, and the 747 cargo from
Saudia,
yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that is what is typical. They close
Yeah.
the runway.
Yeah.
They keep our hopes up, and then as soon as they cross Dutch airspace, boom, they open it again. Very unfortunate. So where are you guys from?
From Germany.
Germany. I thought I heard it. Similar how we can we immediately hear it when people are from Germany. You guys, when we speak German, you immediately recognize they're Dutch.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Also Urlaub in Germany already.
Yes. Yes.
The school holidays.
Yes. School holidays.
Yeah, part of the country has gotten holiday this week, and I think the north and the south still have 1 or 2 weeks of holiday of school before the holiday starts. It's typically in 2 or 3 batches. Right, so next up is the 777-300. It is arriving. You can still see there is crosswind. It is leaning into us a little bit. Arriving from Panama City. Meanwhile, its flight time is 9 hours and 48 minutes. And Matthijs says, hello boy, in the next plane, my father. He's going to land here, so enjoy. Is he the captain on this 777? That is really excellent. Did you text him beforehand saying, hey, you're going to be on AMS Live, make a nice long, record long wheelie? Awesome. I think he didn't receive the message of making a long wheelie then. That's a pity. Right, so Matt says next up after the 777 is a flight from my city. And Joao says hello, good day to you, Joao. So next up is going to be German Airways flying for KLM. KLM flight 1330 arriving from Aalborg, which is Mats's hometown. Let's see, just about visible. It's the regular livery, not the Lycifer chocolaterie special livery, unfortunately. We haven't seen that one yet, but I'm pretty sure we might still. In the meantime, I can see on Flight Radar, I forgot to put in the filter again, that there's a 777 from Dubai to Dublin flying over. It is visible quite nicely. Well, at least visually. Now, a bit lower, a bit higher. Too much reflections. Really well visible, also close by, but and there is indeed also a Cessna 560 XL bizjet coming behind this Embraer 190. The setup looks promising. Then again, a quick lowering of the nose wheel. Untold Story Studio says, I was in the flight from Panama, soft landing, nice captain. It did look like a very gentle landing indeed. Hey, goedemorgen Nelly, good morning. Now, that bizjet is very small. I do see some lights visually, but... oh, there it is. Ah! At the moment the sun is hiding behind a cloud, and that immediately improves my visibility on the camera screen significantly. Reflections are a big part in hindering my visibility, but we do see some nice reflections of the wingtip, I think. That might be silvery or something. Lovely to see. Hey there Tony, good morning. Well, good afternoon, I should say. It is afternoon after all over here. It has just become afternoon. So this is a Cessna 560 XL Citation. Age unfamiliar, origin unfamiliar, destination unfamiliar. Well, probably Schiphol, but mystery airplane. Oh, now they reverse. You could see the semi-buckets rotate. I like how they do that on bizjet engines. And now they're even applying the reversers. Also very well audible. And now the buckets are back in their normal configuration. Lovely demonstration of how reverse thrust on a bizjet looks and sounds like. Ah, and Marissa says it looks like it came from Basel. And Yuka Cactus says maybe CIA flight. Who knows? Now in the meantime we see a different vehicle, a VW vehicle, but it's not a bird controller. People are getting out, let's see. Wearing orange jackets. So I think they might do some work on the nearby weather station then. I'm assuming this is a weather station. That is a nice application of the reverse thrust. Let's quickly turn around. Two birds are incoming. In the foreground, Corendon Airlines Flight 143, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Eindhoven. So that is a relocation flight. This airplane is 15 years old, first flight January 2008. And behind it, Delta Airlines Flight 136, arriving from Detroit after 7 hours and 13 minutes. An A330-300 that is 20 years old, first flight June 2003. And these guys are indeed working on what I'm assuming is a weather station. This might give a nice... Oh, if the Heavy is going to land in a minute, that makes a very nice shot with these men in the foreground. 1 or 2 streams ago I already made a thumbnail of a big Heavy of KLM passing this by in the foreground just to give you some perspective. Imagine what that would look like when that A330 is passing by in the background with a flare. That might be the new thumbnail of the stream. If it ends the way I'm now imagining in my head, the way it's going to look like. Well, if they keep busy, there are a few reruns that we can also... There's also number 3 now is another Delta A330. But if you look at that thumbnail, I think it was from 2 or 3 streams ago, you really nicely see how big that airplane is when that thing these guys are working on in the foreground is also shown, to give you some perspective. Now with people standing there with orange jackets, that will make an even more contrasting foreground and show the perspective of how big those airplanes actually are. You don't see that on footage, but the camera can really make things smaller than they actually are. Now, no wheelie, unfortunately. Here's to hoping maybe the next A330 will do a wheelie passing these gentlemen by. Hey there Nord, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Time to quickly turn around. In between the A330s is a smaller jet, an A320 from Vueling, arriving from Barcelona, and behind it an A330 arriving from Minneapolis. Hey there Cathay Spotter, good afternoon to you. Hope you're doing well, hope everybody is doing well. Bon appetit Nart, who is watching the stream during lunch. This is Vueling, flight 8309, A320 arriving from Barcelona. Flight time 1 hour and 53 minutes. The airplane's age 10 years. Its first flight April 2013. I do feel that the wind is picking up. The angle is a bit unfortunate. It really captures the camera well when following the airplane, so it shudders a little bit because of it. Over to the right, a gentleman. Over to the left, a gentleman on the cycling path. Passing by. Quickly. Silently. Like a ninja. Bird controller setting off some fireworks. But where is it? I think it's also using the bird sounds. I am hearing it, just not able to pinpoint where the pickup truck is. This is Delta Airlines Flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis. 16 years old, first flight July 2007. Will we be seeing a wheelie with the gentleman in the foreground? Keep that nose wheel elevated, please. Also nice application of the reverse thrust, and we have pinpointed the bird controller. Pedal to the metal. Alright, so yep, fireworks being set off. Nice demonstration of the difference between light and the speed of light and the speed of sound. Physics 101. Photo for you informing us that the A388 is now near Prague. Excellent. Two airplanes coming. In the foreground, an Embraer 190, and behind it a 777-200. The Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Glasgow, the 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil. All right. And indeed, Ton, it is the new normal livery, which is why I put it in the thumbnail of today. Now, of course, if we are going to see it land on Polderbound remains debatable. I wouldn't be putting any money on it right now, but you never know. It's always good to keep some hope. Another German Airways Embraer 190. Now, with the exception of one, thus far I only came across Embraer 190s that all were from January 2008, 15 years old. The exception was a year younger. Oh, and this is nice. Look at that. 200 arriving from Guayaquil on the glide slope already, turning onto the glide slope in the distance. 777-300 arriving from Vancouver. Interesting that it is turning in from the right. Did it overshoot? Let me... Well, I cannot see because of the little screen real estate I'm using. Cannot see the course of the airplane. You would think it would turn from the other side onto the glide slope. Anyway, KLM Flight 755, 777-200, ER, 16 years old, arriving from Guayaquil. Idle reverse thrust. Little overshoot. Okay. Let's quickly go back. See the second triple. Second consecutive triple. KLM flight 682 arriving from Vancouver, Canada. 8 hours and 47 minutes of flight time under its belt right now. 777-300 ER, 7 years old. First flight May 2016. Flying over is number 175 that you might be hearing. Going to Oslo. Hey there Mario! Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Herzlich willkommen. All other viewers, auch die deutsch sprechende Zuschauer, herzlich willkommen. Welcome to all viewers. You're watching AMS Live with me, boy. We're standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Currently the only runway in use for the arrivals. Although, for how long it remains to be seen, because we are waiting for both a Saudia 747 and for an Emirates A380. Now typically when the A380 approaches Dutch airspace, 18 center gets reopened. Fingers crossed that today that's not going to be the case. The weather is nice after we have had refreshing rain showers yesterday. It was quite warm, tropical before then. Now cool 22 degrees Celsius. The prevailing wind is blowing from the west. These airplanes are landing to the south from the north, so they have crosswind from the right. If you look, this is now looking to the south. In the distance you can see a few friendly clouds, but overall it is mostly blue skies. Turning the camera to the east, you can see land inward also some friendly clouds. Looking to the north, it is more open. And if you look to the east, the west, where the North Sea is at, it is typically more clear. Now too beautiful, and that is where the wind is blowing from, so we won't be seeing any precipitation anytime soon. This is KLM Transavia flight 5092, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Zakynthos. Doesn't say the flight time anymore, but it does still say the country's the airplane's age. That is 6 years. Was a little bit of reverse thrust being applied, only briefly. Hey there Ina, good afternoon, guten Tag. Hope you're doing well, Ina. Hey there Josegi, goeiedag, good afternoon. Okay, it says Met 1 on the van. Is that meteorology support team? Who knows? Now, you can also see an airplane that has just taken off from runway 24. But can I show you guys how it is coming this way? Turning and coming this way. Visibility is good. So if any heavies destined for the Middle East and allowed to fly over Russia, or for instance an A350 from Finnair takes off to Helsinki, let me know. I can show you guys the departure from runway 24, see the entire turn. We can basically follow it until it is quite far already. Embraer 190 coming in. Is this the chocolate livery? No, still the standard. German Airways flying for KLM. We have a couple of Embraer 190s that are flying for KLM from German Airways. And if I'm not mistaken, that has to do with the fact that so many of the E2 Embraers are having engine difficulties. We saw one the other day over the weekend aborting the takeoff. It was the one of the three within 10 minutes that had to return back to the gate. The other two did eventually successfully take off. If you missed that, 3 aborted takeoffs in 10 minutes time, 2 of which did successfully depart later. I made a compilation video that you can see on my channel page. It's about 10 minutes long, shows you all the highlights, copy pasted together into one compilation, get all the excess things out. Now, Thomas is saying still 50 minutes and then the Emirates A380 from Dubai will be coming. That is excellent. And hey there Thomas, goedemiddag, welcome to the show. All other viewers who are new to the channel, welcome as well. Be free to say hi. Feel free to say hi in the chat. You don't have to, but you don't have to be afraid of people acting nastily to you. Unless you are pretending to be on an airplane that you're maybe not on. Then you might get some heat. Here we have Shamrock in the old livery, arriving from Dublin, Ireland, A320, Aer Lingus flight 604. This airplane is 16 years old. First flight of this airplane was in April of the year 2007. And another butt shot coming in. Spoilers are still up. Will we see them get lowered before turning to the right? I guess we're not. Next up is a Transavia 737-800 arriving from Ibiza. Transavia flight 5672. Flight time of this airplane 2 hours 8 minutes. The airplane's age 4 years. First flight was in December 2018. And behind it should be an E2 Embraer 195. Now, maybe you guys saw it on my little screen that is full of reflections and has directly the sun shining onto it. I wasn't able to see it. Hey Koenie, goedemiddag. Alles lekker? That's a very good suggestion, Yorkshire. You should contact Aer Lingus and tell them that they should do that. Make a Guinness special livery. That is such a good suggestion, man. That would be awesome. Totally not prejudiced. Or not stereotypical. E2 Embraer 195. KLM flight 1186 arriving from Bergen. 1 hour and 21 minutes of flight time. A 1-year-old airplane. First flight of the E2 Embraer, May 2022. And in the background we have KLM flight 744, which is a 777-200 arriving from Lima in Peru. after 11 hours and 43 minutes of flight time, almost half a day underway. Massive engines, no reversers even. Extraordinarily quiet, both on takeoff and on landing. Those newest generation engines are really the bomb in that respect, insofar as they are functional. That is of course the big question with these engines. Mark Smeyers says hello, and I say hello to Mark as well. I do that to Andy Apps, who is checking in from Reigate. Is that how you pronounce it? In the United Kingdom. Both welcome. All other viewers who are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. If you have any questions, shoot. Very knowledgeable people over here in the chat, and mostly friendly. Unless you tell bullshit, then they might pick holes in that, joke a little with it, run a little with it. Mark asks, what camera am I using? I'm using a camcorder from Canon, an XA40. Mounted on that I have a Sennheiser MKE 600 shotgun microphone to capture the airplane sounds. Separately, I use DJI mic, wireless microphone setup for the voiceover. Now, double triples. The first of two just landed. The second one, any moment. Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9989. Arriving from Dubai, 6 hours 32 minutes of flight time right now. 9 years old, this airplane. First flight was in September 2013. And there is another Embraer 190 from KLM following it. I think it is visible in the left. Yes, it is in the left. Visible in the left. Okay, well, Lasse, thank you for joining. You know that if you have to go, I will timestamp all the highlights later. So if you check back tonight, you can immediately go see the A380. Fingers crossed that we might see it land on this runway again. But yeah, chances beforehand are not very high. The upshot of parallel approaches is that we are able to see it quite well from over here. My camera has decent zoom, but you are missing part of the sound. Haha, de Sparta Rotterdam. Goedemiddag vanuit Rotterdam. Good afternoon to you too, mate. So I guess you are a Feyenoord supporter then? Okay, lifeliner coming in. 300 feet. Near Beverwijk. That is low. Probably still not visible. I'm checking the sky in the distance to see if I might see it. It is a very small vehicle. It is flying relatively low. It is still far out, so I don't have it visually just yet. Still hoping we might still see it. Let's focus on what we can see right now, and that would be the next airplane right here. Embraer 190 from Bordeaux in France. Flight 1296. The airplane is underway for 1 hour and 17 minutes. And the airplane is 9 years old. First flight November 2013. And it seems that the Sparta Rotterdam cannot take a joke very well. Lighten up a little bit, my friend. Harsh words to use in response. BPTT Cure Boy, checking in again. Good to see you again, my friend. Day 1 of holidays. Ha! Awesome. Alright then, well, you can hear the way I'm saying things, you write things, and I'm not able to see whether it is with a smile or not, so it came over as being quite stingy, let's put it like that. But I'm understanding that was not supposed to be your intentions. Anyway, next up is an EasyJet arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Now you guys can see the footage is shaky a little bit and the airplanes are also struggling with the wind. There is a little bit of wind. Crosswind from the right for the airplanes now landing. They are landing to the south. The wind is blowing from the west. The wind direction is perpendicular to the runway heading, more or less. The downside is that it also affects the camera work a little bit. The next airplane to arrive will be a traditional Embraer 195. And we can see 2 more airplanes in the background. First up, a lot Embraer 195 arriving from Warsaw. After that, a Boeing 737 arriving from Milan. And after that, a Boeing 767 from Reykjavik, Icelandair. And after that, we are going to see another heavy, a 777. But that is too far out for me to be able to see from over here, unfortunately. Alrighty then. Embraer 195 arriving from Warsaw. Squeaky brakes on an Embraer. Where have we heard that before? Let's quickly turn around the camera. KLM flight 1620 arriving from Milan. Boeing 737-800. Flight time 1 hour 25 minutes. The airplane's age, 24 years, first flight June 1999. Hey, ciao Luca! Good to see you again, my friend. Come stai? Haha. You think the 737 is popular with KLM, but so too are the Embraers. I'm not sure which one we see the most. I think these days it is the Embraers. En hey daar Douwe, goedemiddag. And indeed, not a lot of wheelies today. Bit unfortunate. Let's quickly turn around the camera. We have inbound two heavies. The first of which is a 767-300 from Icelandair, arriving from Reykjavik, and behind it is United Flight 20 777-200 arriving from Chicago O'Hare. North Sky Aviation says good morning to you too, my friend. Welcome back, good to see you. Just in time, as Marissa is saying, the Saudia 747 is already in Dutch airspace and now in the vicinity of Deventer. Real Sim Production says good evening from Newcastle, Australia. Good evening to you too, mate. So if you guys just tuned in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live with me, Boy. We are standing next to runway 18 right, the Polderbaan, where the arrivals are taking place. Currently the only runway. And that is wobbly. Why is it wobbly, you might be wondering. That is because we have crosswind. These airplanes are now landing to the south. The prevailing wind is blowing from the west. It is varying a bit between southwest and northwest, but on average it is near perpendicular to the runway heading. And last time I checked the meter, it was around 12 knots, so it's not completely wind still. And again, two airplanes in our view. First up, a 777-200 from United, and after that an A320 from Vueling. This is United Airlines Flight 20 777-200 ER, 24 years old, first flight February 1999. Flight time of this airplane originating from Chicago O'Hare thus far, it is 7 hours and 17 minutes. And it is about to touch down on Dutch soil in a few minutes, well, seconds. There are people who are taking my words quite literally, sometimes quite literal, and say minutes or seconds? No, seconds. But it's a figure of speech. Now, unlike the 767 prior to this airplane, the 777 seemed rather unfazed by the wind. Not sure if that has to do with the weight or something else. That looked much more stable than with the 767 prior to that. And I'm doing well, North Sky Aviation. Thank you for asking. Lovely weather over here. Weather is nice. It is relatively cool, which is better for me. I function way better when it is more moderate or when it is cold than when it is really warm. So I'm happy that the current temperatures are a bit milder than they were yesterday, and also the current breeze is rather refreshing. Of course, I did put on an adequate amount of sunscreen before going out. That is still required. The sun this time of year still has a considerable amount of strength. Two airplanes are coming in. We also have the baby grebe in the zebra livery over here. It is one of two. The other one swims over here. The parent grebe missing. Hope child support will not get notified, otherwise they might be in trouble, the parents, leaving the children unattended. So this is a Vueling A320 in between the heavies. It is arriving from Alicante. And that vibrating left and right is wind induced, ladies and gentlemen. It has nothing to do with the quality of my setup, but this is just the effect of the wind. And I've tried it before, but mitigating it with image stabilizer unfortunately doesn't work. And Lasse has to go again. Thank you so much for joining, my friend, and best of luck with your work day. And also thank you very much for that super chat, my friend. Really appreciate it. Do check in later. I will timestamp all the highlights as I do usually, so that you can see everything that took place after you've gone. Right now, Etihad, triple. Etihad cargo, in itself already a beautiful livery. Is coming. WOR Thomas says the A380 is arriving in about 35 minutes, so that is definitely something we are looking forward to. Fingers crossed that the center runway will remain closed until it has landed. Next up is KLM flight 604. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner originating from LAX, Los Angeles. After 9 hours and 42 minutes, it is about to touch down in a few seconds. This is a new airplane, brand new according to Flight Radar, and you can say that again. Began its career as an airplane in May of this year, so only a month and a bit old. Diva X says, hey guys. Hi to you too, Diva. Good day. Sven, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome as well. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many knowledgeable people are in the live chat always. Now, there is something visible visually in the background, but it is still very far out, so let's just focus on what is up front here in the foreground. Diva says super nice, super mooie vliegtuigen, super nice airplanes, absolutely, and also lovely weather to accompany it. Goedemiddag, the Eagle. Good afternoon. Hey there, Barbs. Morning. AMS Live making Monday better. I do my best. For you it is still morning. Over here it has just turned afternoon almost 45 minutes ago. And no, those are still the baby grebes. We haven't seen any ducks yet in the water. And a quick scan north and south will show that the grebes are the only birds right now visible. We did have some coots here and there occasionally, but I've yet to see the first duck today. Not sure if they went on holiday already. That might be possible. For now we'll have to make do with the steel planes then. and the first of which is going to be this 737-800 KLM flight 1128, arriving from Copenhagen in Denmark. Flight time currently an hour exactly. The airplane is 21 years old according to Flight Radar, and its first flight was in August of the year 2001. You can see we have crosswind from the right. The airplane is facing us and also occasionally correcting our way in order not to be blown off to the left of the runway. Even though we have crosswind, and it hasn't been completely wind still. The wind conditions have not been such that we've seen go-arounds or anything of the sort. We did see one or two longer than average wheelies, although we haven't seen any record length wheelies today, unfortunately. Me myself says Boeing 747 from Saudia, now fourth on final. Thanks for giving me the heads up. I wasn't zoomed out so much on Flight Radar yet. That may mean we are going to forgo the number 3. Keep everything honed in on the 747. The second queen of the day. The first one was an unannounced mystery airplane. Before we'll see queen number 2, here first is KLM flight 1700. It is a 737-800 arriving from Madrid. Flight time an hour and 51 minutes. The airplane's age 9 years. First flight March 2014. So runway 18 center is still closed apparently. Means that at least we get to see 2 queens up close. Fingers crossed that by the time the Emirates A380 enters Dutch airspace, that will still be the case. Gareth Heap says hello AMS, and I say hello to you too, Gareth. Welcome to the show. Hope you are enjoying yourself. Steve88, good day to you too, my friend. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Hope you guys are having fun. We're expecting a 747 in a few minutes. Currently number 3 for arrival. Now, with the sun being out and shining on my screen, let me go back to my laptop and see what you guys are seeing. Okay, so I'm not seeing the queen just yet, or is that in the distance, or is that just a speck on my... I think it is a speck on my camera or my laptop screen. I see the next 2 airplanes. Ger asks, why are the wingtips usually curved upwards? That has to do with aerodynamics. It makes that the air leaves the wingtips without spinning too much, and that causes, otherwise that would cause drag, weerstand, luchtweerstand. So the wingtips and their shape makes the airplane go through the air smoother with less turbulence. And that is good for efficiency, for sound, for fuel. And it is chocolate time, Marissa is saying, so we all know which airplane this is going to be. I didn't check Flight Radar yet, but I can tell you right now, the Lyciffer Chocolaterie special livery. This airplane is 15 years old. First flight was in January 2008. I know that by heart by now. And Zwanenburg is open, so we all knew it was very likely to happen. I can already see an airplane that is going there. And I think that must be the 747 that is. Where is it? Oh, there's still more to the... Let's see... Yeah, there it is. Okay, so... Second queen of the day. But not going our way. Saudia cargo. Flight 933. Arriving from Jeddah. Careful not to lose it out of my sight. It is a Boeing 747-400, 28 years old. First flight of this airplane was in January 1995. It will be going to runway 18 center. I did get the notification just now, photo for you. Dankjewel Ton, thank you so much. Your ongoing support means a lot to me. Thank you, my friend. And again, I think we need to get our pitchforks and torches and gather around and go to ATC and demand that they change their runways in coordination with us. There's so many a time that interesting planes are getting directed away from us. Very unfortunate. Now the upside is visibility is good. Downside is it is a bit windy. I'm trying to keep the camera as stable as I can for you guys. The upshot is we are going to see it most of the time. Only the actual touchdown will not be seeing because of the trees that are obscuring the view, that are in leaf. Now, obviously this does not bode well for the upcoming Emirates A380. I think this is what we are going to see of the Emirates A380 in a while as well. So we missed the touchdown, but we can still see the roll out. Here it becomes obscured again temporarily. Unless it has already gone. I think it might have. John Hakon, good day, checking in from Stavanger. Kai Schenk, checking in from Cologne. Good afternoon to you guys. Let's quickly turn around because what we can see is a Dreamliner arriving over here. All the other heavies still going here. Dreamliner 10 from KLM. Arriving from YYZ KLM flight 696 Toronto, Canada. Its origin 787-10 Dreamliner, 1 year old, first flight June 2022. Me myself informing us that the Emirates A388 is entering Dutch airspace, so we will be seeing it within the next 20 to 30 minutes. For now, we'll have to make do with what we can see, and the next airplane visible is a 777 from KLM, flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours and 45 minutes of flight time. 777-300 ER, flight time 7 hours 45 minutes. The airplane's age is 8 years. First flight was in February of the year 2015. Now also visible on flight radar, a A330neo going to New York JFK from Frankfurt. Still with the reflections too hard to see, so let me stick to what we can see properly. Hey there Mohammed, good afternoon. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope you are doing well as well. A lot of wells, oh well. And hey there Leonardo. Took off yesterday from Amsterdam. You mentioned that, didn't you? Alrighty, 777 arriving from Atlanta. Touching down in a few seconds. Here we go. Hey there Arush, good afternoon, welcome back, good to see you again. That is a much more easier name than those letters that is your name in the chat. Now in the meantime, you can see it is still nice weather over here, although this is pointing to the south and this is to the southeast and this is pointing to the east. You can see that land inward. There are more clouds forming, still only friendly clouds, no precipitation is expected anytime soon, although I did hear something of isolated rain showers later in the day, but this doesn't look like a sky in which precipitation is likely going to form anytime soon. Corendon arriving from Palma de Mallorca on center, and after that is going to be an A320neo also going to center. Sky Express, the next airplane to Polderbaan, is also already coming. Let me see. No, that's the wrong direction. There we go. Let me fixate the camera on the tripod because otherwise the wind will blow it away. Just quickly to flight radar on my laptop to the METAR. Wind direction has changed a little bit. I already thought it was more southerly. It has become a bit more southerly, 250 degrees, 12 knots. Right. Let's update that. Latest weather is now in the ticker. Quickly, also while I'm at it, have a look on the site that shows the runway usage. Let's add 18C to the arrivals. Now runway usage is accurate again. And this would be Top Air Portugal A319 arriving from Lisbon, flight 674. And that is a tiptoey landing. Going the first exit. Alright, well Marissa, if you're still around, thank you so much for joining. It's been a pleasure to have you on the stream. Looking forward to the next time I'll be seeing you on the stream. And thanks for giving all the information as you usually do. Take care, enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see you then. Oh, I forgot to zoom out. Mohammed also has to leave soon. Thank you so much for joining, Mohammed. Do not forget to check back later. I always highlight all the timestamp all the highlights. So the Emirates A380 that is coming soon, I will timestamp so that you don't have to sift through the entire stream, but can see the arrival quickly. Still crossing my fingers that we might see it land on Polderbaan. The wind, even though the meter says it's still 12 knots, 250 degrees, it does feel like it has increased in the meantime. I think that the meter might be outdated, that is why I was checking it. This shakiness has to do with the angle versus the wind. Some parts of the pan, the movement is smooth, others the camera gets affected by the wind significantly, causing the shudder. I can try just for fun to see what image stabilizer does, what effect it has. Not thinking it will do it meant a lot of good, but you never know. Right, next up, where is it? There it is. I think I can see two airplanes. I do. The sun is illuminating my screen, so it's a bit hard for me to see, but turning around to the laptop I can see what you guys are seeing more properly. Now in the foreground is a Transavia 737 that is arriving from Alicante, flight 6144. After 2 hours and 16 minutes of flying, it is about to touch down over here on the Polderbaan. This airplane is 24 years old. Its first flight was in May 1999. Okay, well, let's see how the next landings are. This seems to have smoothed out significantly. Did not expect that. That looks better. Hey Bart, goedemiddag man. Also a quick tune in during lunch. Eet smakelijk man. Well, the Emirates A380 is in Dutch airspace. We were already informed about that. Let me zoom out a little bit. It is now in the vicinity of Lelystad by the looks of it. But it is busy. Inbound traffic is picking up from both the east and the west, so don't count on being able to see the A380 up close, ladies and gentlemen. It's near certain that it is going to land on the center runway, but we will be able to see it from a distance. That's the upshot. This is an Air France Airbus A220 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Flight time is no longer mentioned on flight radar, but that is typically 40 minutes approximately. That is still stuttering, although it does look a bit more stable now. Relatively new airplane, by the way. First flight was in June 2022, making it a year old. And next up is going to be an EasyJet A320 on the Polderbaan. A319 from SAS arriving from Oslo on the center runway. Just having a look around me to see oh, we totally missed the departure to the Delta departure to New York JFK. Whatever happened to that? Chauffeur GoPro, good afternoon. Grebes on parade in their nice zebra livery, still swimming along without parental supervision. We did see a parent grebe earlier, but where it is right now, I don't know. Well, unfortunately I won't be able to spot you tomorrow. Wednesdays and Tuesdays and Wednesdays are typically the days that I have to work my day job, so I won't be able to do any spotting tomorrow, nor on Wednesday. Really wish I could, but unfortunately I have other duties to attend to. And Phil H asks if there are any security fences there. Being new to the channel, the only security fences we have is where there are bridges for vehicles to pass onto the area. So the entire area is fenced by canals. There are occasional bridges, and where there are bridges there are fences with barbed wire. But basically, if you have a pole with you, you can just hop over and be on the airfield. Here we have the bird controller K2 in the Ford Ranger. But the rest of the perimeter is only bordered by the canal that you guys are seeing me standing next to. So that is the unique selling point of Schiphol. Not only is it a very busy airport in Europe and worldwide, one of the busiest, but there's also unobstructed views of the runways, and you can get very close by to the planes landing and taking off. Right, so this is KLM flight 282. It is a Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner originating from San Francisco. 9 hours and 57 minutes of flight time right now. This airplane is 3 years old. Its first flight was in November 2019. Also checking to see where the A380 is at right now. Don't see it just yet. Will also be visible well in advance given the current visibility. Okay, now the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. The A380 is flying base. I think I have it already. Let me see if I can show you guys. First that crane, and then it is over there. So it is flying base, judging flight radar. No, it is already turning. It is turning for 18 center. Oh, okay, yeah. It is going center. Team is already saying. Yeah, it happened again. Oops, they did it again. Now the upshot is that, at least from over here and with my camera, you can at least see a decent part of the approach. The only downside of this time of year is that the trees are in leaf and the actual landing is being obscured by trees. You can see the approach to the runway, you can see the rollout onto the runway. Nah, me, myself, ATC in their high and mighty ivory tower are not making any friends. I was already mentioning we should gather our pitchforks and torches and go pay them a visit all together. Demand that they assign airplanes to runways in conjunction with us. Right, North Sky, thank you so much for joining once again. It's been a pleasure to have you on the stream. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you soon again, mate. So it is still relatively far out, as you guys can see, just to give some perspective. But having enabled image stabilizer does seem to help to mitigate some of the vibrations. It's not completely stable, but does seem to have improved a little. So it is in the new standard livery, as was shown in the thumbnail of today's stream. For For some reason, that new tail reminds me of a racing flag, the checkered flag. Even though there are no checks in the livery, it somehow reminds me of a racing flag. Don't know why. Yeah, exactly, Tom. Next time you go to sea, thinking you're smart, anticipating the outcome, and then it will go to polder. Well, I guess it is luck for us that the secondary runway is not runway 27 or anything. At least 18C is close by and we get to see the airplane relatively up close. Grüß dich, Walter! Herzlich willkommen! Wieder mal heute viele deutsch sprechende Zuschauer. Herzlich willkommen alle. Schön, dass ihr auch dabei seid. Heute hier neben mir auch schon jemand. Man hat auch Urlaub in Deutschland, hätte ich verstanden. So this is the Emirates A380, the daily flight arriving from Dubai, flight 147, flight time 6 hours and 30 minutes. This airplane, 8 years old, its first flight November 2014. Yillard already saying thanks for a wonderful stream. Thank you so much for being there, Yillard, and all the information you have been providing us. So this is the part that we don't get to see, but the rollout we still can see, even though it is not optimal, particularly not if an EasyJet is photo bombing everything. Stupid EasyJet and their heat waves. Yeah, that's not helping, mate. That's not helping. Vielen Dank für die schönen Wörter, Walter. I do my best. And yes, those are flyers indeed, vliegers. I think that is their idea of maybe chasing away birds. They think it might be helpful. Let's see, where is it? The building, and then to the right a little bit. That is a bird on a rope, on a string, or I think it is on a spring or something. Yeah, I'm not sure if it is effective in chasing away birds, but apparently it works. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept it there. I think there are several scattered over the field. Yeah, just like real life. Indeed, Kuni. Now, Delta Airlines arriving from Seattle, A330-300, flight 144. Flight time of this airplane 8 hours 57 minutes. The age of the airplane 15 years. First flight August 2007. Well, I couldn't see Yorkshire if it was designed to mimic a bird of prey. I only see it on a 3-inch camera screen, so not sure if it even closely resembles a bird of prey. The sounds on the soundboard of the bird controllers does seem to be effective in chasing away the birds. For some reason they intuitively know that sound is not is not good news. Falcon Airways. Finally an airplane that applies the reverse thrust. And there are none better than the A330-300s. And thank you so much, Yolanda, for a nice super sticker saying, character handing over a cup of coffee saying, for you. Thank you so much for that, Yolanda. I could use a cup of coffee, to be honest. And no nap for me, says Jackie. Aphrodite is going to take a nap. Well, you take a nice rest there, Aphrodite. I'm looking at Flight Radar to see what is cooking. We have a lot of inbound traffic. Is there something interesting coming this way? Let's have a look. Coast Guard chopper on Flight Radar, but that is near the coast. Air Canada looks like it is coming this way. Let me turn around my camera so that the wires don't get tangled as I am following the airplane. Just to show you guys. Oh wait, no, that is the wrong one. It is already passing. It should be passing. No, I got confused with the airplane I was about to show you. I was about to show you in Air Canada, but I'm not. I think it already passed. Right, so most of the traffic now seems to be going to runway 18 center. The next airplane to come this way is arriving from Toronto, the Air Transat A321neo. Should be visible just about, still far out, coming this way. And Delta is still big in Amsterdam. That has been the case historically, after they have taken over the remnants of Northwest, which was already a partner of KLM back in the day. Ever since, the presence of Delta has been big, and I think Amsterdam is even one of their hubs over here in Europe. Now, let's see. Aero Mexico arriving from Mexico City. Standard livery, unfortunately. Still waiting for the Quetzalcoatl special livery to come to Amsterdam again. Also still relatively far out. let's see what that A330-200 arriving from Doha is going to do. That looks like it is going to center. Alrighty then. Well folks, I think I'm going to make the A321 the last airplane of today. It has been 4 hours of streaming already. I also still have some other stuff to do. Now, if the Aero Mexico had been the Quetzalcoatl special livery, I would have stuck around for that. Still waiting for it to come back to Amsterdam in one day. But for now, I think the Air Transat will be it for now. So, this A321neo is arriving from Toronto, Canada. Imagine that, being on a narrow body for a transatlantic flight. I'm still curious to learn how their seating configuration is on the inside and if they have more legroom than would be the case on flights with destinations closer by. There's a little squeaky on the brakes there. You guys probably heard that as well. And with this butt shot, it is time to end. Thank you all so much for joining me here again for a nice beginning of the week stream. You've been watching AMS Live with me, Boy. If you guys liked what you saw, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already, if you're new to the channel. Not only will you help me reach more people like you and me who are into aviation content such as this, but you will also be able to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live again, and I'm planning on going live again later in the week, you get updated, and if you have the time for it and are feeling like it, can join us for more live streaming action from the ever-bustling Schiphol Airport. Thanks to everyone for joining. I hope you guys had fun. I know I sure did. Thanks to all who were so kind to donate super chats, super stickers, became a member or donated memberships. You guys are the best. Also, Tom, thank you for your donation via PayPal, another way to support the channel. Thank you all so much. I hope you guys have a nice day, and I'm hoping to see you all again soon. I'm gonna say bye for now and talk to you later.